So I'm excited to be here with you today. And we also consulted with our models together so that we can, you know, kind of come up with stuff together, which I think is really great when you work in a salon with people that you can come, you know, talk to and have them come over and help you out with something that you are not sure about. Maybe you won't do what they say you should do, or maybe you won't take their advice, you'll do something else, but it's really, really powerful, and I think the client really enjoys people looking at them and trying to figure out what would be great on them, you know? And I think that's one way that you can get your clients to go away with more of an effortless look and not like a blow dry, is by just showing them, you know, see how this looks kind of natural, and you have these natural waves and they're looking great. You know, do you want to go home with it, you know, something like this? Or do you want me to, you know what I mean? You can ask them, like, do you like how this looks? Or I think this looks great. Or see how cool and effortless this is. And then you can get them into it, you know, like, oh yeah, I like this. It's cool. You know, I'm down to leave like this. Or, you know, like, no, I want you to blow dry it and flat iron it and do whatever else. You know, but at least you're getting them to see how great it looks without anything done to it yet, right? So we can start by bringing out our models if you want to get right into it.
Yeah, so, and also just after hearing you guys, it sounds like people are like, I mean, I learned how to cut hair with a razor when I was at Bumble, so I've been doing it for, I don't know, like 20 years now, I guess. So, you know, I guess, you know, I'll talk about, you know, using the razor properly and things like that, because it sounds like there's different levels of razor, you know, cutting usage here or whatever. So feel free to ask. I'll talk a little bit about it, of course, and, you know, as I'm going along as well. But I'm pretty much, I was telling Karina, I got a really cheap flight here and I wasn't able to check luggage, so I actually couldn't bring my scissors or razor with me. So I only have a razor today that I'm borrowing from her because I was like, I don't have any of my stuff. So anyways, so I'm pretty much, my point is that I'm pretty much going to do it all with a razor because I don't have my scissors, which I think will be fine. So anyway, this is my model, Natalia. Right, Natalie or Natalia? Natalie. Okay. So I kind of had an idea in mind, but then when I, like from the photos that I saw with her, like she sent me pictures from before and I was looking at different haircut ideas that I wanted to do. So I had an idea for her, but then when I saw her in person, I was like, no, it's gonna be much better and stronger visually if we do something else. So initially I was going to, you know, I just saw her waves, you know, felt the thickness. It's like medium to thick hair, but not like super bushy. It's like a, you know, a nice texture. This is her natural texture. Like, so she has a nice wave to it, you know, not overly curly, not overly frizzy, medium to thick texture. So, you know, a pretty good start. She's open to anything, so that's nice. So I have like free reign. Initially, I was just going to do something quite simple, actually. It looks like it's kind of like a grown out. Well, what is it? Is it grown out or was it layered?
I did a
cut like that
pixie, and then after that, I shaped it up to kind of like a mullet. So this is just that grown out.
Okay. When was the last time you got a haircut?
Like a year ago.
Okay, cool. So the way I'm talking to her now is really how I would talk to a client and or a model, just being like, when was your last haircut? Do you like it? Is there something that you hate? Is there something that you know, is there something that you don't want me to do? Is there something that bugs you? You know, a lot of times people will be like, I hate, you know, my neck showing, or, you know, I hate having like hair cut short around my ears, something. So it's important to, you know, sometimes they don't tell you that unless you ask. So I think it's really, really important when you're saying, what do you want to do today? You know, sometimes they have an idea. Sometimes they're just like, I don't know. What do you think? You know, and that's like the most terrifying thing. It's like, what do you think? I don't know. You know, it's like, so, but that's, you know, that's our job actually. So when they say, what do you think? That's when I start asking questions. It's like, okay, do you want it to go above your shoulders? Are you okay with, you know, above the shoulders? Or, you know, a lot of times when people are like, no shorter than the jaw, no shorter than the shoulders. So then you're like, okay, I can work in this area. Then I say, well, what do you not like? Because a lot of people, they don't tell you unless you ask them. And then they'll be like, oh, I hate this, I hate this. And you're like, okay, so now I know I can't do this, I can't do that. Then you have something to work with. Then you have an idea of like, okay, so these are my boundaries. Look, and then you look at their face, super important. Look at their face in the mirror See if there's something, you know, pull the hair up, be like, oh, does this look good when their jaw's exposed? Does it look good when their ears are showing? You know, does it look good when their forehead's covered or not, you know? So when I'm doing a consultation, always looking at them in the mirror. Yeah, it's gonna be, okay, so basically, when I was looking at her hair, I had this idea in mind, but then when I saw her in real life, when I felt her hair, I was like...
after we took pictures of her, and I was like, look how photogenic she is. And you're like, you know what? We need to change the cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because I had this idea of just like basically giving her a straight line in the back and then like solidifying these layers like harder, you know, so that it was just kind of basically like, I would say a layered bob, but no layers in here. Mm-hmm. So it was kind of like one of the pictures that was on the screen earlier. That's what I was going to do. But then when I saw her, you know, saw her face, felt her hair, heard that she's open to whatever, I was like, no, let's do something else that's going to be stronger visually for the class, and I think it's going to look amazing on her.
Yeah.
So what I've decided to do, I kind of like, basically, I'm going to get rid of all of this here, okay? Because I love how all this looks. I love these like length and framing and bits around her face. But I want this to just be gone. So that's what I'm going to do. And when I cut hair, generally, I know it's easy, like when you're in a salon, to just kind of do the same thing over and over and over, and just like, you know, time is money, like don't think too hard, it'll be faster if I just do this, you know? But for me, generally, when I cut hair, I mean, I do follow a formula, but I usually start with like, okay, where's the short, like what's the short piece? Like is it the length in the back, or is it the layers around the face? And that will determine where I start the haircut. If I'm starting in the back, if the length is the most important thing that I'm doing, like if I was gonna give her that first haircut that I thought of, I would start in the back, because that's what the big change is. That's where the strength is coming from. So with this haircut, the short piece is gonna be in the crown of her head. So that's how I'm going to start. That's where I'm going to start. And I'm not even going to touch the hairline until I'm done doing all this. Then I'll see how it looks and then kind of tidy this up. But I like all this stuff, you know? So I'm going to start by taking like kind of like V sections out from here. Okay? Mm-hmm. And that's that. Any questions to start off with? Oh, okay. Okay, and I'm just gonna, as far as products go, so again, I cut hair at my house. Oh, I need a cape, I guess, yeah. So I don't have a shampoo bowl or anything. So this is literally how, you know, I cut hair. I have the client come, I have a chair like this in my house. I spray them with water, usually put in a little leave-in conditioner, and that's how I cut hair.
Yes. Okay, so let's talk about my model. So my model also had a tiny little pixie, just like Natalie's pixie before, and it grew in. We do have a video of her color before, so this is new color that Eric applied, and Eric can tell you what he did. But Steve, can you just play that video that we actually had up earlier, so we can see what Kaylin came in with?
Ah, the color, yeah.
Yeah, so the color's
nice,
different.
no.
That was it. This was the flesh tone
Cute.
toner. And Eric, do you want to let them know what you used?
It's pretty.
Yeah, looks great. I don't have any music today.
Yeah, I don't. What happened to the music?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
the people at home are just able to hear the music.
hopefully. So when Kaylin came in, I saw a previous picture of her, and the way the lighting hit it, it had this like peachy tone, and there was this little bit of something that I loved about it, even though the color we could see it had a lot of orange. You know, somebody else had bleached it. It was lighter at the root. So I pretty much had to do a whole bleach out again. And I really wanted something that was a little not predictable. I wanted something that was very like flesh tone inspired. And so I wanted a pinky, peachy flesh tone is what I went for. So after we got it bleached up, I went in and I mixed in Wella. I did color touch. I did 9 stroke 9/7, 9 stroke 7/5, 10 stroke 3/4. So, and then I added just like a good line of their level 8 stroke 4/3 to give me a little more orange to it, because the ends did get a little flat, and then I wanted some more pink to it. So then I added a ½ ounce of pastel pink and shades to it, and it was just one of those moments where I wasn't sure I was going to get there the first try with the toner, and it just happened to go exactly where I wanted. But it was really inspired. I wanted to kind of just dissolve into her skin, and it works. You know, it's not a color
And
that
then
works on everybody.
eyebrows too.
And eyebrows too.
Oh,
We're like, you open to bleaching eyebrows and totally open, so
It does.
that's fun. And Kaylin, thank you, Eric. Any colorists in the house? Colorists?
lots.
Okay. So so that was really fun. We love the color. We were thinking about the cut. First thing we thought of was like a little bowl, and so we started to kind of imagine what that bowl would look like. And so that's if you take all of this down. And then when we were looking at it,
thank
Ramona
you.
was pulling it away. We saw these little pieces. Oops, that's the wrong side. It's hard to do this when I'm doing.
It is hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like these were falling down.
Yeah, these little pieces were falling down, and we were like, oh, that looks better than just
Yeah.
the bowl, So like maybe the bangs and these little pieces. And so we decided to start with just taking, all of this away. So almost like she looks like she's wearing a ponytail with her new haircut, right? And I remember asking Tom for that haircut once. There was this girl had her hair up, and I was like, can you cut my hair so that it looks like my hair is up? And he did the cutest little haircut. It was just all in. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to start with the undercut. Cool? Turn around so you guys can see.
Yeah, and then I mean, like when we were kind of trying to figure out what to do with our model's hair, I was looking at her. I liked the front, like
Let me
I
turn
thought I
around.
liked the kind of like the little framing of the face. It looked like this was. I thought that it's always nice to like kind of see what is working on the client too. Being like, oh, this looks pretty framing your face. Just like find something that's good, and then whatever's not working, kind of fix that instead of like changing everything if it's not necessary, And I think that's kind of what makes a good editor, a good hairdresser. It's like good fashion designer. It's like, okay, we don't need to like reinvent haircuts. It's just like, let's be conscious about what we're doing, why we're doing it. I think that's the biggest thing for anybody, anytime. Like, why are we doing what we're doing? Don't do things just because you're thinking, I find a lot of times I remember and even with my assistants, like just they're doing things without actually knowing why they're doing it. It's more of just like a downtime or kind of like daydreaming time. And it's like, like you're wasting time, do what you got to do. And then that's it. Don't go back, especially in a salon. It's like time is money, focus, know what you're going to do and then do it. Of course there's like room to play around at the end if you're like, oh, this maybe would look better if we do this, that, the other. But like, if this is where I want it short, start there, take it short. You don't need to like, let me get the length off in the back first. It's like, why? We want to keep the length, Don't waste time. So have a plan before you start. Think about the fastest way to execute that plan. And it might be different than what you're used to. You might be always used to starting in the back or starting here and doing your fringe, Think about it and then follow that path. I think to me, it's like one of the biggest challenges for people in general in life and in everything, to be honest. But especially like when it comes to doing hair, even styling, You don't need to blow, like I remember teaching styling classes or even backstage at shows, people just go on autopilot and start blow drying the hair. I'm like, why are you doing that? It's like, it's such a waste of time, and we want to keep the texture. We want waves. They're like, I was going to blow dry it and then put the waves in. Like, no, don't do that. It's like, you're going to kill 2 hours. Like we have 50 models. No,
It's true.
So it's hard because you have to think, and it's hard to think. It's hard to change the way your brain thinks. But start by being conscious of what you're doing and conscious of where your brain goes, and then being like, wait, no, let's see why am I doing this? Is this the right path? Is this the right choice? Maybe not. And if you're not sure, ask someone. You know, that's obviously why we're here today.
We should write
you know?
a song called "If You're Not Sure."
Ask someone. Google it. I don't know. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. But I find it all the time, especially like with shows and stuff. It's like my assistants I'll tell them what to do, and then it's like they just go back to autopilot, start blow dry, and I'm like, boop, nope. And they'll get upset that I come and tell them to stop doing it. They're like, but, I'm doing this. I'm like, no, we're not going to do that today, you know? And it's hard to break your habits. I get it. Okay, so as far as sectioning goes, because this is where I'm going to start, I'm going to section the hair kind of like ear to ear, okay? I'm also not a huge fan of clipping hair for a few reasons. I think it wastes time, and it prevents you from really controlling the hair and really, again, being conscious of what you're doing. I think a lot of times people like to put a lot of clips because it makes them look like they're busy and good, you know, and it looks like, ooh, there's more work I'm doing. It's like, no, less is more. And you're able to control the hair, like being able to control the hair with your hands also makes you very in touch with what you're doing and being very aware of like, oh, I'm sectioning the hair like this and it's gonna stay because I'm in control, not the hair. That's another thing. Like, I hate it when people say, but the hair won't do that. It's like, oh no, that's your fault actually. You know, that's our job to make the hair do that. Like most hair will do what you want it to do. You just need to know what products to use, what tools to use, and that's actually our job to make the hair do what we want it to do, okay? So, I'm gonna be sectioning the hair ear to ear using, I just put in some leave-in conditioner and some prep. Okay, clean sections, super important. Again, being very clean with what you're doing so you're not gonna redo things. Okay, so you're, again, being very like aware of like what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and then doing it, and then leaving it. And you're like, okay, I'm done, I did that. Okay, so everybody can see the sectioning here. So with razor cutting, it's important to have damp hair. Okay, I don't think cutting razor on a dry hair is good. I know I've seen people doing it. That totally freaks me out. So I think it's very important to have enough moisture in the hair when you're cutting with a razor. Leave-in conditioner I think is a great product to put in almost everybody's hair. It gives a little bit of kind of, I guess, I wouldn't say tack, but it's not sticky, but it helps the hair stay in place, and it adds moisture, and moisture always kind of helps to bring out any sort of natural wave and whatever too. It's good with styling the hair naturally. I pretty much put leave-in conditioner on almost everybody. All right, so section, doing it to like right behind the ears, both sides, pushing the hair forward, getting it out of the way. Yeah, okay, so it's clean, both sides. All right, just gonna leave this hair in the back and then take this section and I'm gonna start kind of like here at the top. Okay.
So I'm gonna just be going nice and tight here with my razor.
And so you're starting with an upward stroke from the nape up to the ear?
Yeah, just because it's the easiest way for me to get in there. Just to show you guys, you know, so it's comfortable for me to go that way on this side. And I'm just taking diagonal sections, working towards the center, and then I'll do the same on the other side.
Do you like to start on the dominant side or the non-dominant side?
Dominant meaning,
Meaning if you're right-handed or left-handed, like, so I always find that my left side is harder to get in with my right hand than the other way around. So do you find that starting on one side makes it easier for you when you go to the other side?
I don't really think about it that way anymore. But
Okay.
yeah, there was a time when it was a little bit more. But yeah, right now I just kind of go in and do it. And also I do know that I have a long side that gets long.
Yeah.
And a side that I can keep short. So I know to like comb
Double
and
check,
grab,
yeah.
comb and grab on the side that I get a little bit longer, which is my right side.
Okay.
So just to answer that question, there is a little, I have a good side and an even better side.
Nice. One thing that when I was learning razor cutting, I remember my teacher telling me, for you that's getting cut all the time, the razor doesn't cut when it's on you straight, okay? So showing me to like to actually touch your finger with the razor is important, because then you get over that fear of cutting yourself. Because it's that fear of like, oh my God, if I touch it, I'm gonna get cut. No, you won't actually. If it's like this, yes, but straight, it's actually very important to tap your finger. That's your guide. Your finger is your guide. So you need to tap your finger every time you cut. Not every time, but like that's how you know where to, that's how you get your length. Okay? So
That's
so
also
it's a good thing
way
to
learn
start.
to get the right, because you're not using a ton of tension in your hand, or a lot of strength in your hand. The razor's doing the cutting. It's not our hand using a lot of pressure. So it teaches that lightness to the blade also. If like when we touch our finger with it and you learn
Yeah.
light tap, you learn that light tap that's actually going through the hair.
It's important.
Seamlessly.
Yeah. So, okay, so I have my section. I want the shortest piece to be in the center. Okay, so I'm gonna start like this. I'm left-handed too, just FYI. So.
Yeah.
Just because sometimes people watch me and they're like, oh, that's confusing. It's just, okay, so anyway, tension here, and then also the stroke length, the smaller the stroke, the straighter the line. The larger the stroke, the softer the line. Okay. So I want it kind of soft. Okay, and then always check, like, is that straight? Because if that's straight, then this will be straight. Okay. And I'm moving, so it's like shorter here to long. Like this is my kind of my guide here. Although I don't really care if it's blended. I almost don't want it to be blended, to be honest. Okay. I actually had this haircut once, and I imagined it to be like I'm wearing a little hat, and then like whatever falls out, falls out. But that's kind of like how it's like it's going to be like a little hat here, and then length. Yeah. Okay. So that's her fringe. That's like the length there. So I definitely want all of this off because I want this to be the longest. Okay. I'm just going back and like taking a little bit of weight out afterwards. Okay.
This side is way easier to cut. To the side.
Okay, so that's like my length. So I'm just going to take I'm just kind of taking like pie sections around the head. Is that even doing? I feel like it's not even on. But whatever. Thank you. Okay. I can't tell. Okay. So anyways, yeah. So there's my guide. Turn it. If anybody wants me to move, I don't really know which is the best place for me to stand, but you can just tell me. Okay. So as far as like, I'm just going to go over like some basic like razor 101 just because. A lot of times like just to know why you're using a razor, like what's the point? Like why is that better, Personally for me, a razor, it's faster. Maybe it's just because I'm used to it now and so I'm able to cut faster. But you're able to, for me anyway, I'm able to cut length and weight at the same time. Whereas I find with scissor cutting, you cut the length and then you go back in and slide cut and take the weight out, So I find that with a razor, I'm able to get kind of a soft haircut from the get-go instead of having to go back and soften it up afterwards with slide cutting or like thinning shears or something. Okay. So that to me is, and then I also find that razor cuts basically kind of grow out way better because it's just a soft line. So you don't have this these heavy, I know like Vidal Sassoon, those haircuts were very geometric and heavy, so that they looked amazing when they were done, but then, like a month or two later, it was like, ooh, it didn't grow out quite so well. I think that's from my memory, From the 60s, no, I don't know. But I do think obviously having that foundation of classic haircutting is super important. Clean sections, super important. It's very important, especially since this is like kind of a softer haircut. I find that sometimes people are like razor cuts and they just go wild, and it's like nothing connects, and it's like, oh, sectioning is super, super important because it is such like a soft kind of way of cutting hair. So if you don't have those clean sections, then your haircut could be, quite off, or you could get lost maybe more easily, Okay, so I'm taking a little bit of like, and also another thing, I take very big sections. I find that like, you don't need to take little minuscule sections. It's like, if you can, the bigger the section, the better. Just go faster. So, if they have enormously thick hair, then maybe go a little bit smaller, but generally so I did one section here, one section here, one section here. And I'm going to do the same on the other side. So it's like 3, and I'll probably do 2 or 3 in the back, like 6, basically, for the whole head. Okay. And then taking a little bit of the section from before, so you have your guide. And I'm just, again, kind of letting the hairline fall out. I'm going to get to that later, so I'm not going to worry about what all that looks like right now. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Body positioning is also extremely important for anything like cutting, styling. Being aware of how your body is and if it feels comfortable or not, because if you're not comfortable, it's probably not going to flow right. So making sure that you move the chair, you move the model, you move her head, you move your body, so that things are not awkward. Okay, so then, just like that. Just because I'm going to cut now on this, like right here. Like that, okay. That feels weird. Okay, I'm gonna go like this. I also, like what Karina's doing now, she asked, like what before, she was like, should I just start with a razor and then scissor cut it? And I said, yeah, because I think razoring, it's faster to get the length off. And then if you want to go through with the scissors to like make it really tight and like tailored, do that, but just get all that length off first with the razor.
Seems like too with the razor, you're gonna put more variation in the short hair and it will lay a little nicer, right?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, potentially, yeah. It's, again, just kind of like gives it a softer kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
So doing upward stroke where you're at right now versus cutting down, like, does it matter? Is it more like how you're comfortable?
Well, because I'm still focusing on the crown, I think it's important. I mean, instead of like pulling it down.
Well, lifting it up and then cutting down.
Yeah, because I'm still, lifting it up as opposed to like, it's not so much like the length here, the length is here.
Right, but I was wondering, do you ever come and then just go down? Do you always go down
Oh, like
stroke?
this? Yeah. Like this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, could do that for sure, yeah. But I think for this little bit, like I'll probably do that after I'm done getting all this length off.
Okay.
Yeah, and then like I'll kind of go through and like do the hairline and I'll bring it down when I do the hairline afterwards.
Which one was better, or if it mattered?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of one of those, right now it's like,
Easier to get.
this is my
in.
length, this
Yeah.
is my guide.
It's a conservative.
So for me, it just makes more sense to kind of pull it up,
Okay.
especially since I want to keep all this length here, you know? Yeah, but I'm just going to leave all that because I don't want to, I'm going to do that later. Okay, so. Okay, and it's important, yeah, again, just kind of looking at your stroke and being like, okay, that looks nice, you know? It's not hard, but it's even and it's consistent.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm pretty much done doing this, like the length. Like I got my length off. That was like my first priority. So basically so what it does is just make all this, you know, flatter and tighter here. So then you can kind of see it and be like, oh, okay, I think I can actually go a little bit shorter in through here. Okay, and then I'll just do the hairline. So then we're done, pretty much. Tilt your head down just a little bit. So I think this, I can go a little bit shorter in through here. And the way I would style it is pushing this forward. So it's like flat, yeah. So just really kind of following how her hair grows. So as you're cutting it, you know, kind of be aware of like, okay, this is how I'm gonna style it afterwards. So get it going in that direction already. And then look and see like, oh, is it nice with the fringe down? Do I want her to be able to wear it forward? You know, ask her, do you like wearing your hair forward? Do you like it to be separated and off your face, you know? Do you?
I like having a fringe.
You like having a fringe forward? Okay, so I'll go back and like do like a nice fringe afterwards. Okay, right now I'm still just kind of fine tuning this crown area, making sure that everything's short enough. Maybe going back and taking a little bit of weight out.
Karina, did you just section out what you consider more like her fringe and this area out of the way?
So yeah, I wanted to move out the stuff that we liked. So I'm just gonna leave that till the very end. And now I'm just gonna kind of go around and create sort of like that bowl that we were wanting in the beginning. Like just a softer version of a bowl back here with some bits that come a little bit longer in the front. So this blends into her head shape, gives her a nice profile. So I'll start on this side. elevating and pulling away to keep some light
Sorry.
on her face.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So just going through, everything looks, I'm just kind of double checking it and everything looks fine. You know, you can feel it, pull it up, like feel, does everything seem even? Maybe a little bit long here. Go back. Through here. If it feels thick, you can kind of just go, you know, if it feels thick in somewhere, what I would do is, you know, you take it up, take this section, and then you go in the middle of the section with your razor to thin it out. Okay, but again, I'm like tapping my finger. All right, so I think this is kind of done, this area. Now I'm just going to define the hairline. So I'm going to do a fringe because she likes to wear a fringe forward, so I'll start there. And then I'll kind of follow it around. I kind of like this length. It's really important for me always like around the ears. I think taking weight out from behind the ears, it's kind of like the nape of your neck back here. It's like, definitely pay attention to that. Having too much bulk behind the ear is always just annoying and not flattering. So I almost always take that weight out. All right. But first I'm going to start with the fringe. So what are a lot of the haircuts that people are wanting these days? Like what are you like, what are your clients like requesting or what are you? Oh, sorry. To the right, so like this way. Like that? Okay.
Oh, not me.
The other people asking for like the 90s blowout look. But
Like
they
Jennifer
don't want
Aniston?
layers.
Huh?
They want like the 90s blowout, but they're like, but don't cut layers. And you're like, that's.
Like Jennifer Aniston blowout?
Yeah,
Okay.
kind of like the billowy, like
Okay.
Cindy Crawford, like.
Oh, okay.
For, like,
But no layers?
Oh.
But they don't understand that they have to get a whole new haircut. They can't have like the long.
Long, one length.
So that's been kind of fun to explain that.
Ah. Uh-huh.
Long layers all the time.
Long layers, yeah.
As a reminder, when you have a question, make sure we're on.
Oh, okay, because of the mic. Okay. Yeah, long layers. Well, yeah, I guess you got to kind of maybe suggest. Yeah, I think, you know, maybe like starting the layers maybe more at the cheekbone, or maybe doing like a step, like a chunky layer. I don't know, step. Trying to get creative with that, maybe. I mean, for my clients that want to keep their hair long, but want to change, I think a fringe is always a good option, you know, because that really changes the way your face looks when you have a fringe. Doing maybe like a 60s fringe that kind of comes, you know, like a very face framing, you know, and then keeping it really, really long. That's a nice option. Okay, so her fringe is done. I kind of don't necessarily want to connect it. I think that it's kind of nice.
It looks so good.
Thanks. So I'm going to go over the ear here and take the section like that and just kind of let this just kind of do as it is, and then take a section behind the ear this way and almost, yeah, like that.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so
Yeah, I'm just, so Kaylin has very extremely dense hair. So you can see I'm taking huge strokes. I'm taking out a lot of bulk just so that it lays in and kind of hugs her head a little bit more, and still keeping the idea of like something that's going into her little undercut, kind of melting into her undercut. I think I'm going to do that until I get to there, and then I'm going to go to the other side and start on the other side.
Grabbing you there. So I think really paying attention to over the ear, making sure it's not too bulky or heavy. Going behind the ear, taking like little kind of V sections. Just always spend a little extra time there.
We can see how it's really starting to push in the head shape.
Yeah.
Where when you had all that weight sitting there, it was. You didn't
Yeah,
see
I think
more
it's
of that.
really important. Anytime, any haircut really. It's kind of like the occipital bone. The ears are a point that you need to really pay attention to and make sure the weight is not too bulky here. I find it's really, it's again, like details, like tiny little things will make a big difference. Okay, do the same on the other side. So just leaving this kind of section around her face, like I like it. I think it looks nice. So I'm just gonna go in right above her ear and just make sure that that's kind of balanced. Okay. Behind the ear.
I'm going to work to
Oh,
here,
sorry.
and then I'm going to go to the other side. Using my guide from underneath, and then starting my large strokes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll apply product as I go, just to kind of soften everything. There's so much hair, and I want it to just kind of fall softly.
Oops,
So-
sorry. Did that.
So it looks like a little kind of like a bowl happening back here. And I'm just applying some product to keep it looking good. And as I finish, it should be already styled.
Okay, so once the front and the sides are done, I'm pretty much just gonna go in the, just to take out some weight back here, but no length really. I like it. So let's see, I'm gonna take little pie sections kind of right here. Oops, leaving the length here, leaving the length there. Sorry, I don't know if this is a good place for me to stand, but okay. So taking that, then kind of going again, sections off that center section. and just kind of long strokes because I just want to soften it.
I was just talking to Dante about how like everybody cuts. Dante's another educator with us, and how everybody cuts a little bit differently. And you know, some people. I think Dante, when he cuts a line, he's like it takes him forever, and he does 1 trillion strokes.
Oh.
And then his line is like very, very soft.
Uh-huh.
Where I do more like hard lines. I'm
Uh-huh.
Mine are more like shark teeth, you know.
Uh-huh.
And we were just laughing about it. I was like, I was trying to do that, what you do, Dante, and I was having a really hard time. And he's like, I was just trying to cut the way you cut.
Little itty bitty strokes.
Yeah, he does he just goes,
Oh.
and it's just like,
Straight.
and it's a straight line, yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't touch any of her length. I didn't even trim her ends. Because she didn't need them trimmed. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's like if they don't have split ends, like why cut it? It's fine, you know?
Yeah, it's hard to
In
change
fact,
that.
the length is what I loved. So I didn't want to mess with it. Yeah. And I think, yeah, it's all, I just, cut in. I just went and took some weight out, like, you know, all through here. Maybe I'll do a little section just here so that it's not totally disconnected. Let's see. Let's have a look. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Who dat?
Who knows?
It's
My birthday today, so
At the same thought at the same
I'm gonna have a
time.
lot of text messages. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Anyways, I think it's good. I'm done.
Okay, well, I have some hair to get through. And and also I want to show you how I'm going to use the back, that diagonal as my guide for the other side, so I can, you know, match it up and don't have to think too hard about it. Ah,
Slippery.
go over here. Careful, sweetie.
So when I'm blow drying, let me just get all this, sorry, all this hair off of you here.
Also, you can see I'm doing sort of like round layers, round graduated layers, so it's kind of sectioning that way, using really, it's just very large strokes, so it's not exactly a perfect line. And just kind of trying to smush all that down so it just sits a little closer to her head.
All right, so as far as styling goes, I'm gonna, you know, I kind of, like I said at the beginning, I imagine this kind of going forward. So I don't think she really needs more product, to be honest. I put in leave-in conditioner and some prep. Obviously, if you want more texture or whatever, you can put in, you know, whatever product you want now. Maybe I'll finish with like a beach spray or something. But I think it's, again, really important to be conscious what you want. I kind of want it flat here, so I'm just going to use my hands to flatten the hair and almost like push it into shape with my fingers. So it's not really a scrunch. I find that a lot of people naturally scrunch because, I don't know, that's just what we do, I suppose. But I don't want volume. I think scrunching gives volume. I want it to lay flat, okay? So I'm kind of like massaging the head. This also like makes your client trust you and makes them feel connected to you. When you do like these kind of like nice, like, you know, almost every time I have a model in my hand, in the chair, I just give them a little like head massage so they just relax and know that they can like trust me. They don't need to be worried, you know, because that's it, you know, especially with models, it's not like a client that I see every 6 weeks. It's like they don't know me, I don't know them, you know. I'm sure they've had traumatic experiences. So it's important for me to gain their trust as quickly as possible so that I can do what I want and know that they're not going to be freaking out. Because if they're freaking out, I'm not going to feel comfortable doing what I really want to do, you know? So being able to get my client or my model relaxed and trusting me right away is like a skill that I learned pretty quick. So kind of like, you know, and this also allows you to kind of see how their hair is falling. Like just look at it, look at them in the mirror, massage the hair, massage the head, and get the natural wave in, you know? Like not disturbing it, but enhancing it. And then you can, as it's drying, you can kind of see, oh, I like this, I like that. I'm not gonna disturb it. So when I'm drying it. So when you're drying it, just be aware of that. And actually just use your hands. I keep the nozzle on because you're able to have more control of the air. And just like, I kind of like twist the hair or kind of push it down as I'm drying it and keeping it medium pressure, medium heat. Just kind of pushing it in. So I'm not going against, I'm not like blow drying it up. You know, I'm not just naturally like, so, you know, like that. Like, I feel like that people are just doing that all the time, you know? It's just autopilot. So try not to, you know, try to just be like, oh, this is how I want the hair. I'm just gonna do it like that. Mm-hmm. Even if I've never done that before and it feels weird. And maybe my client's gonna be like, that was lazy of you. Be like, no, but, you know? Because I feel like that's another thing. Sometimes people feel like you have to do more or their client's gonna feel like, why did I just pay you all that money? You know? Yeah. It's like, no, but this looks good on you.
That's when you start air cutting. Just cutting the air.
Oh, air cut. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I had a question about, you know, both the models today had like jumping points to be inspired by, like with her short bits already and her great color and her front. Where do you guys go when you have someone in your chair that there isn't already like a nice jumping point that's inspiring you? It's kind of all long and there's not a great color going on. Their outfits aren't telling a story, but they're looking for something more than just a trend. Like where do you guys tend to kind of draw that inspiration on the fly at times from your like collections of like
what
screenshots, or do you like kind of I know questions.
Like I said, like just be like, do you want to go short? No. Okay. You want to keep it long? Okay. Like long below the shoulder long, below the jaw long, you know, like what's your length? What do you hate? What are you like? And then, you know, sometimes they have pictures in their phone. I love it when people bring pictures. I'm like, yeah, please show me. Because a lot of times people's language, it's not actually like what you think, you know, like it's hard to explain or whatever. You know, and if you're, you know, you have to get an idea. You can't just go in and start doing something and hope inspiration's going to come. Like you just don't have the time, number one, to do that, you know. It's like you need to have a plan when you start, right? I mean, I think that's, you know, that's kind of the idea, is to like know what you're doing and not just like wing it and hope something happens, you know? I mean, of course that's fun, but then after a while, you don't have the time to do that.
I definitely save a lot of
to
haircuts that I like as I'm scrolling around, you know, like saving them. Sometimes I forget where I found it or where I saved it or, you know.
Yeah, screenshots.
But a lot of times I go by hair type and, you know, the curls or no curls or fine, really skinny hair or really crazy thick hair. Like I go by hair type and that helps me. And I go, oh, I know somebody that has your same hair type and I did this to them and that looked really cool. You know, so that's kind of how I start with like, you know, their hair
texture.
Yeah, like how much hair do they have?
Totally.
Yeah. Also, when we had Misha here just recently, who's another one of our pony educators, a question she asks her clients is like, what do they do for their life? Not just work, but who are they in their life? And that kind of informs her on different aspects. So like I might be an accountant, but I actually play in a rock band, you know, or do something. So there's like multiple sides to who we are. And I think that's part of our job too, is find out who they are.
That's a good point. Okay, I can keep blow drying. I just stopped because you were talking about blow drying.
Those both are looking so good.
Well, Ramona, when I dropped her hair down, there was like so much.
Oh,
I
really?
almost feel like I could have gone higher with her
Yeah.
undercut.
Yeah.
But so, you know,
Well,
I
you
just
still
decided
can, I guess.
to do that. And now, you know,
Oh, that's cute. It's super nice.
I'm going to see how this looks. Dropping the rest of it down, and now I'm gonna see if it needs to be kind of like one length-ish looking, or does it need layers, you know? And for her, I feel like just kind of small and long hanging over the underneath stuff, you know, would be really cool. What do you think, Ramona? I'm lightening
I don't
all
know.
this
Let's
stuff,
see.
you know?
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I would just chop this
Instead
up.
of layering it,
And then
leave it
like I
long
would
over
even
the
take,
top.
yeah, you took a lot out behind the ear. Yeah.
Yeah, because do you feel
Yeah,
this
you
hair?
have to.
It's like,
Yeah. I would even go in, yeah, I would, like you said, like
Can you-
going up higher in the back, I would
Can
just
you
take
turn
this.
so we
Yeah,
can
I
see?
would like take that whole chunk out
yeah,
just because
just
it's
like
gonna, it's
flatten
gonna
it
get
in.
puffy.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
will. But so here's where we are now, and just like making decisions based on, you know, what you want to see. We want it to look like it's up, so I'm going to cut into it this way, you see? So I'm kind of visualizing that. And
The
then I'm
front
gonna-
looks cool though, and you didn't
Yeah, the
even do
front
anything,
does.
right?
No.
Yeah.
We left what we liked. We didn't touch it at all.
Yeah.
So making sure to really, so I'm going to just take this piece down.
I'm gonna go in here a little bit more too now that I've seen it dry. Let me take this, make that so it sits in more.
And then this here, just start to lighten that up. I like to lighten it up kind of by going with an upward stroke. So I'll just come back here and I'll go through it and lighten it up so when it falls, it's not a big heavy thing, but more hugs. And that's what I'll do all the way around, is just lighten up this top section with big strokes, trying to move quickly through it so that the weight removal melts away and is not visible. Same here, you can see where the weight removal stops or when it gets heavy or thick. And then I'll just put lots of shiny, like lots of shine. That's what I want it to look like, just very shiny. Just lighten this up without getting rid of it, you see? That side's already done. And I'm looking for balance too, so I don't want it to be like clunky somewhere and really light somewhere else.
Important. Okay. I'll go dry mine a little bit more. So I think, you know, finishing hair like this, using your hands, using your product, no brush. If you want to feel like you did a little extra, or if you know you have a client that makes you feel like you didn't do enough, maybe you can go over the ends with an iron.
So Ramona, on a haircut like this, and I think this is one of those places when we're doing a change like this on a client, how would you talk to your client about to care for their hair and how to style it like this at home?
I would just say, you know, you don't need to, you can just use your hand, like just kind of do what I'm doing, comb it forward. Because a lot of times people are in the habit of naturally combing their hair. You know, if this is something like a new shape for them, be like, okay, just comb it forward. This is how your hair kind of wants to grow naturally. You know, unless you want to wear it up like this, which is, I think, awesome. But
Well, yeah, it's like new hair moves.
I don't know,
They have
yeah,
new
like-
hair moves. Like your move isn't this anymore, but now your move is more this, or it's like,
although I do love
That.
it kind of like brushed back here and like full around the ears.
I love
kinda
that too.
that.
That's like,
Yeah. But, you know, that's totally up, I guess, up to her.
that'll happen too. That'll
love
just happen
that.
naturally from her just like pushing her hair behind her ear. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
and just kind of show her like, oh, now that it's short, now that you have all those bits, it'll just naturally kind of like feather around your face and give it a nice shape. So just kind of how just how you like it. But, when I used to have this haircut, I would comb it forward and then kind of comb it off to the side and let it dry like that. And then just kind of dry naturally. This side that looks good, I don't know. This side looks good on you. Some people have a side that they like, I do. I need to well, now my hair's long, so I wear it in the middle. But when I was short, I would just push it off. There was like a side that I would always push it off too. But anyway. And then it kind of just wanted to go that way naturally and just let it dry. Hers seems to want to go in the middle, actually, so. Right, so finishing, if you want to do like a little extra something or like on photo shoots, I would probably do this. So I would dry it naturally, put the product in, dry it with my hands, and then be like, oh, I'm going to enhance maybe this, wave around her face or whatever. So you can take a flat iron or a curling iron. Okay, don't use it like a curling iron, not like that. It's this technique, it's kind of like when you do flat waves, like finger waves. You put the curling, the round bit like this, and keep it open and then kind of push it and hold on to the ends. So you're kind of making like a S wave, okay? So it's not a big classic curl like that. It's more of a S. And that follows, see how it comes in the front? And then you can brush it, and then you have like this natural, that's actually how hair grows naturally. Like, they don't grow in ringlets, Well, some do, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Forget it. Never mind.
Never mind.
Nothing.
Oh, I don't know. You know what I'm saying. Okay, so pulling it back and then pulling it forward. So S waves, I call these S waves.
Yeah, and so you're using the blade to create a little bit of a crease.
Yes.
Also.
Yes. And this is how I do natural hair. Like obviously many times on shoots, people want their hair natural. So when someone says natural to me, that's not flat, that's not curly, it's a flat wave.
Yep.
To me, that's natural. That's how my hair is. It's a flat wave. It's just, but you have to do something, because if you don't do it, then you can't control it. If you don't know what's in the hair, if you haven't spent the time putting the products in, blow drying it, ironing it, whatever, then when I'm on set, I can't fix it if it doesn't look good, because I don't know what's in it, So it's really important to go through these steps, putting in your product, blow dry it, with your hands, or finish it with the iron, whatever, so that you know what you're doing, so that you know what you're working with.
Well, and that's where you really get into using your eye. And it doesn't have to be perfect either. I think
No.
perfect gets boring.
No. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, we could do curls on our bangs. That would be fun. But I mean, I think it looks cool like that personally, but if we want to make it more like, I guess, 80s, pull it like that or whatever. I mean, our hair is pretty damp still, actually, so it's not. And just like using your comb, brushing it around. Yeah, sorry, that's so. If you want to go through and like do some more waves at the bottom, you can. And we can get into this tomorrow also, but this is like I think to me, like the most important technique that I use all the time on shows. Everyone, natural hair, so it's like, to me, this is natural hair. So you're like enhancing, so this is how I'm doing it. And you kind of click, click, click up and down so you don't get a crease. Okay, but then you see that? You can see it on the black, that's natural and flat and not a ringlet. Okay? And it's actually just following like the natural pattern. So let's pull this forward. Okay, so Like I can see her hair goes like this, so I'm gonna just actually put it in and just enhance it. I'm just enhancing what she already has. So you can see it's like an S, right? And then if I wanna do this side, I go in like this. And click, 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 and you can even just like click it all the way out like that, okay? So to me, this is like an extremely important technique. Like I do it all the time. And you can do this in the salon, right? And it's like an alternative to the classic waves, you know, that you're doing all the time. That's nice.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't mind some of these like skater pieces, but I want to like make sure that they go every which way. So when you see me, I keep moving it and pushing it and seeing how it's functioning and looking for pieces that my eye's like, nope, that's not done yet. But I do kind of like some of these little guys in the back.
Yeah, you'll have to see how they dry, but it looks, I like that too. It's nice to have that little like kick there.
Yeah, it depends on
Yeah,
if her
because
hair
otherwise
gets too.
it starts to get very classic looking,
Yeah.
you know? Yeah, I don't know, we can put more product in it. I like the beach spray.
I used the balm. Like if you're gonna put balm on her hair, like it's very porous. It soaks up product really quickly. So balm might be a little harder to put on drier hair. So what I do is I just spray a little puddle of water in my hand as well. And then it becomes easier to apply to hair that's a little bit more dry. Do you guys work with the balm, the Colton King balm? Yeah, it's good, right? Lots of shine. High shine
Smith and Colt, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's Colton King.
Oh,
and
Colton King. Okay.
So it looks like she put her little updo, you know, little hair up, and like she has these little bangs that come down. I didn't go through the bangs too much and lighten them up.
Looks so good for you. Yeah.
But I might go through them a little just so that they're not so clunky compared to everything else. What do you guys think?
I don't
You
know.
like the clunky?
Yeah, you should dry it and just see.
Yeah,
No?
I'm gonna dry it.
See how the back, I think this is nice, yeah. Yeah, they are heavy compared to the back, but maybe that's the point.
Right?
Yeah, I
Because
like
how
it
else
like
would I
that.
make her hair
Yeah.
look like it was up and back?
Yeah, because
by not
otherwise
taking
it's,
out?
yeah, otherwise it's gonna just start looking like a short,
This almost
kind of
has like the
haircut,
Chelsea
you
girl
know?
vibe, you know,
Yeah.
a little bit, even though
Yeah.
it's not that.
yeah.
So cute. All right, I'm gonna dry it. But yeah, if you guys want to come look through it, touch it, to feel what this hair feels like, be our guest. This looks
I
amazing.
think I'm done.
Yeah, this is like so Natalie, I feel like.
Yeah, it's
know?
true, because when I saw her, I was like, I can't do this boring haircut on
so-
her. I need to
yeah.
do this one. You know?
Definitely, and I love these. These are giving me like all my cousins when I was growing up.
Totally. All my cousins.
Oh my god, I have
All
so
my
many
cousins.
We all have that haircut actually.
I love it.
It's so good.
One of my faves. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so the finish is so important, especially in the salon, especially if you're gonna go take pictures of your client, you know, how the hair looks when it's done. And that's what I mean by like the ends, you know, do the ends look shiny? And I'm using medium heat and high pressure. We're just gonna let this dry. I kind of want to let it dry naturally, but in order for me to get that same look, I can just, you know, press the nozzle flat on, just kind of go around. This is just medium heat. Trying not to change her natural texture too much.
The bleach probably helps also to soften it, no?
Yeah. I do like how it just kind of pushes back into all that and kind of sits in there. Yeah, that's really cute. And then these little pieces. Kind of giving me like 90s Drew a little bit too. She could put a clip right here.
Very.
Right. Do we have a clip? Yeah, maybe a little clip.
Cute.
It's almost dry. I just put so much product in it. So it looks.
Let me see. Yeah. Oh yeah.
What?
It's so cute.
I know. Wait, don't move. Okay. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty much dry. I am sweating. I love when like bleach blonde hair, when the hair starts just barely growing out. Like you can see a little like
roots.
little dots of dark at the root. All right, so what do you guys think? Questions, comments? Any aha moments?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
The curling?
The curling iron.
Yeah.
It's big. Like I do it all the time, and my assistant, it's like, oh, it's a little bit harder than it seems, but because it's weird. It's a weird way to use the iron if you've never used it before. But once you get it, it's nice, and it's so different, you know, because everybody just curls it and then pulls it. That's what everybody does, and you're not really controlling the hair that way, and it's not actually what you want, you know. Like everybody wants that flat wave, you know. So this way you're really able to like push the bend where you want it, you know. You're like, oh, I want it like that, but I don't want it, you know, like pull this.
Oh yeah. It's so much easier to do it that way. Is just like, you know, start with the heel. Okay, so I'm just now I'm like wanting to see the reality of it. What does it look like blowing it out? You know, instead of like smushing it and pushing it, I'm gonna expand it and let it.
It's cute. It's really cute.
So I feel like it really suits them, and
Yeah.
you know, it's not just a simple whatever haircut. It's really thought out
Yeah.
and planned, and it's going to be easy. Has a bit of a 60s vibe as well, right?
Super cute.
Okay. Yes?
Nice.
I was going to do a little clip. Should I do a little clip?
Sure.
Which side? This one or this one?
I don't know.
This one
Yeah.
or this one? This one?
There's more clips if you want.
Have to look in the mirror. Maybe right up here.
Yeah, I would put it up there.
I've done my daughter, 7 years old. I've done little clips on her, and she's like, not there. Takes it out. It's like, no, Mom, that looks dumb. I'm like, oh. Yeah, she doesn't trust me yet. I have to do this to her.
Yeah, you need to give her a little head massage. Be like, calm down, child.
Yeah, so there's one way she can wear it, and then I really loved like just kind of tousled in her face. Yeah. So that's a
Yeah,
little.
I like it all heavy in the front.
We'll
Kinda
do.
cool. It makes it like, yeah, different and not just like a short classic haircut, you know?
Yeah.
It's,
And then these bangs, when did you get these cut?
I think I trimmed them a little bit since our last cut.
Okay, yeah.
Just like a tiny bit of lens, but for the most part, just going out.
And even like in her eyes.
yeah, super nice like that, actually.
Like, who am I? You guys don't know. She's like, you don't know me. You wish you knew me. Okay. All right. All right, feel free to come up and touch if you guys want to.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, do you want to stand up and just, we'll
And
give
maybe
the-
can the makeup artist get the little, she's got hair on her.
Oh yeah, can we ask Alicia?
Alicia, yes. Can you just have, do you have like powder just to get the little hair off her face for the photo? Thank you.
All right, you can stand up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She's coming.
Will you stand
Cool.
up, Natalie? Or just-
Thank you.
All right, then if you guys can turn profile.
Oh yeah.
And then the back of your head. Just wait for a minute. And look over your left shoulder. And your right. And then turn back around. And look at the camera. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. So we are now going to be shooting our looks, and then we have a break. We have a lunch break, and then we're going to be doing round two. 2 more models for you guys. And effortless and cool hair all day, every day.
All day, every day.
Thank you so much.
What time is it? Okay, it's early. Oh, thanks.
Yes?
Thank you.
Sorry?
Talk about what? Just blow dry.
Yes. Let's go ahead and take a look at some upcoming events we have here in the studio. We have razor curls coming up, like what curls can be cut with a razor, what curls cannot be cut with a razor. We have June 12th and 13th, the long and short of razor cutting. Now this is a beginning course, so this is where you really learn how to hold your razor, how to cut from left to right, how to do an upward stroke, and all of those fundamentals of razor cutting with fun haircuts, because we always provide amazing models who are open and want their haircut. So July 17th and 18th, we have advanced razor. Now this is for people that have been using the razor for quite some time and now just need a little boost in, inspiration. So that's what we got coming up. Hope to see you guys there. And we will be back after this break. Yes. welcome back to part 2 of Cool and Effortless Hair with me and Ramona. And I did want to go over, before we get into doing our models, I wanted to recap what we did in part 1 and talk with the audience and see if there were any sort of memorable moments or things that you kind of took away that you want to share with the viewers. So we have the microphone if anybody wants to talk about anything from the first part. Thank you.
Karina, one of my aha moments was you doing that undercut on your model, and on the left side, having your stroke move upward to get into that left side way less awkward than coming down.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
And then Ramona, my aha moment with your model was definitely that curling iron S shape. That was awesome. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Anyone else want to share?
So I like the way both of you just look at the hair that was there already and saw how to make it even more beautiful. And I want to start with the cut now before I go right into the shampoo and like completely change everything.
Yeah. You should definitely see it dry before. Yeah, you have to.
Yeah,
it's hard. I can't tell if it's all wet.
Yeah.
You know, you
Once
gotta
you wet
see
it down,
it.
it totally changes too. Like
Yeah.
all those little things that you
Yeah, it's
liked and wanted to use as a reference for the rest of the haircut, now they're gone. Right? So it's like, but when when we got back from shelter in place, we weren't doing any shampoos because we didn't want, anyone to be too close to each other for too long. Because of how things go here, right? We usually just take them to the bowl. So just explaining to them, like, I really am inspired by the way your hair looks, so I'm going to start cutting now. Cool.
Yeah, you could shampoo after, I guess.
Yeah. Or not. You can be like, I really love how your hair looks. What do you think? Should we leave it? And you can make it part of their choice. And sometimes when I do that, they're like, no, yeah, I love it. It looks great. So no shampoo at all. Okay, so no one else wants to share anything? We're good? Yes?
I think both of you talking about being more intentional and like turning off autopilot when you're doing it and thinking, do I really have to do that, or am I doing it because I feel like I have to, or because I feel like the client wants to? That was a big like, cool, really like that, definitely want to try that. And then really like in consultations, really playing with the hair and being really like hands-on with it and helping them see what you're seeing instead of you see it in your head and you're like, okay, I'm going to go through with it. Really showing them and helping them, lifting the hair and pulling it back and moving it in which direction. I like that a lot too.
Awesome. Great. So we're going to bring our second round of models up. We have Ariel and Kat. And they both have been models before. Actually, Ramona gave Ari the the jellyfish cut, if you guys remember that. That was 2 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago.
I think it was for the opening of Pony.
Yeah.
It was like,
So, and then Kat also, when we met Kat, she had no bangs. And we gave her, and she's kind of just stuck with the bangs since, we made that change. So Ramona and I took a look and we decided, I'll go first. So Ari's hair looks sort of like it has a flat wave, and then there's some pieces that are really curly. But Ari's hair does get very curly. So I just feel like because of the way it's cut and maybe because it was up, that it got stretched out. So the cut that I decided was just, kind of like a rock and roll, a bit of a more masculine kind of shag. So make it more square and, really kind of cut this shorter in here so we can start to see all the curl kind of come to life. So the bangs are gonna be a little bit heavier. I'm not gonna take a lot of weight out of the bangs. I just want them to be like clunky. And then, you know, a frame and then short layers in the crown that kind of give her that height. Yeah? Picture?
Cool.
All right.
Okay, so for my model Kat, initially when Karina had sent me pictures of the models to kind of start thinking about which haircuts to do, I was initially going to do the other haircut on Kat because I just really love that haircut, and I thought, okay, she has the fringe already, let's just like do that. But you know, then when I saw Natalie, I was like, no, you have to have this haircut. So now with Kat, I kind of needed to like figure out something to do with her. Obviously, the fringe is like a very strong statement on her, which I think works well. So I kind of needed to, I needed to do a haircut that would work with that. She doesn't want to go super short. I asked her, she said she's like okay around like shoulder length, which is fine. I'm fine with like keeping it longer. So I was kind of talking to Karina about what direction to go to. Right now it's already pretty layered in the back. I was thinking of strengthening the line in the back. And then bringing out kind of her cheekbones. So maybe doing like another kind of chunky layer right here. So initially I was like, okay, let's keep the fringe, do this. And then I can also show you a technique of doing like a straight line with a razor as well, which I remember being blown away when I learned that technique. So maybe be inspiring. So I'll do that. Then I was gonna do like kind of a straight kind of layer here, or chunky line. And then I was gonna do like kind of a straight soft bob. And then thinking about it more, I think I'm gonna connect this. So instead of doing a straight line here, I'm gonna keep the space here, but then layer all this so that it's like just like a kind of a soft layer through here and then straight in the back, but no layers interior. Okay, so more of just kind of like a bowl, but not connecting the fringe. Like starting it here instead of connecting it.
So it'll be like bam,
Yeah.
bam. Which I love. I'm so excited to see this on her.
Yeah, I think that will look
Yeah,
super
it'd be
nice.
a nice change.
So as far as where to start, I think I'm gonna just start here by putting the length in here, because that's actually like the strong part, and then I'll kind of layer it down and then do my line in the back afterwards. All right.
Cool. Are you going to be washing or just wetting down?
Oh no,
like
I'll
this,
just
like
yeah.
how you do it
I
at
think I'm
home?
just
Okay.
gonna do this. Yeah. So yeah, and then maybe afterwards I'll shape up the fringe. I don't know. I'm gonna keep them this length for now. They're obviously pretty short and fine. I mean, I'm gonna do the rest of the haircut, and if it seems like, oh, let's make this fringe stronger, I'll do that afterwards.
What was I going to say? So my model, Ari, I like to give my curly clients a deep cleanse sometimes, and I don't just wash the roots. I wash from roots to ends, and that helps reset that curl pattern. So it's very light, and that curl just comes back to life again. And sometimes I think with curly hair, there's so much product usage that it can get heavy, and now it starts to like separate at the roots, and the curl pattern is a little off. So this will help reset, and that's why I'm choosing to shampoo Ari really well.
So to start, I'm again putting leave-in conditioner, using prep. I'm gonna do a center parting, leaving these fringe out, and then just do, straight down the center. Using my products to keep the hair in place.
And Kat has a lot of hair. I don't know if you guys
what I'm getting into.
can tell, but she's got lots and lots of hair,
Yeah.
and it's just small to the head, but
It
there's a
is.
lot.
Yeah, and it does seem to have a little wave. I'm not sure. Yeah, I bet there will still be wave, even though I'm not going to really be layering any of it inside. It's just going to be like the layer just around the perimeter. So kind of taking it away from what it is right now. Like right now it's, I don't know, is it a grown out haircut? When did you get your haircut last?
Last time Karina got it.
When was that?
Oh, that was a while ago then.
Oh, okay.
That was the
So like
picture I
6
showed
months
you.
ago?
Yeah.
So it's been a year.
Oh, wow.
I thought we did another cut after the wolf cut.
Yeah, the wolf cut was, oh no, it was after Aura then. Yeah. So maybe, but close to a year. It's
Okay.
probably been about 6 months.
Great.
At
So
least.
yeah, it's like a very grown out kind of layered. I mean, I think it still has like a super nice shape, but basically I think, yeah, this is going to be a big change, even though it's actually kind of cleaning it up, I would say, and putting it in a totally different shape than it is right now, but still keeping length. And I think, you know, the haircut will work with her texture as well. So again, did a center line parting, super clean. I'm just gonna start by putting that length in right here. And I'm gonna work in sections kind of diagonally from here. And I'm just gonna work all the way back, do the same on the other side, and then put my length in the back. And that's it. And then if I want to do the fringe, I'll do that after. So that's it. And I'm not really going to take any weight out. I want to put heaviness back into her hair. Okay.
I'm just gonna watch this part.
Okay. So, length, I think I'll start like right here at her cheekbone.
No. You can get my phone. Get my phone.
This way. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I'm just going to start here. Can you see?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. And then, so I kind of, yeah, it's a little bit, I mean, it's slightly angled. And now I'm just going to start putting like zero elevation, you know, and then again, looking at my line, it's pretty straight. All right, I'm bringing the next section down. Pulling it forward. And just, you know, again, like I already said earlier, but it's so super important, body positioning, the body position of your model, you know, make sure that their head is like working for you, you know, so that you're really able to see what you're doing. Okay, so this is the technique I wanted to show you guys, or that I was talking about. So if you want to line, like there's like a little bitty hair there that I want to get rid of, and I just want to strengthen that line, right? So what you do, this is kind of like fear of getting over the razor, you just put your razor right on it, on your finger, and roll it. Okay, then it's like a scissor. I can't see that.
Rewind.
I'm gonna do it, I'll do it in the back. I'm gonna do it
Okay.
the entire haircut. But it's literally a straight line like a scissor.
Also, Ramona, what's your tension on Kat's hair?
Pretty light. Because, yeah, I mean, like, especially like when I do this, there's no tension. So I'm literally putting it on and rolling it. Yeah, the first time I did that, it makes you not scared of the razor. And I think it's super important to know that you won't cut it won't, I mean, it does cut, of course. But just it helps you to get over that fear of like, oh my God, if I touch it, I'm going to cut myself, you know? Because you won't actually, but obviously it's the way you use it, but yeah. And it will help you get confident, I think. With
Oh my God, that's gonna look so good. I can already tell it's just gonna be really strong.
I mean, even this could be cute too, to just like leave that actually, but.
Completely changes it.
I won't, I'm gonna cut it. But I am gonna
But
do
you
like
can
a really, I'm gonna do like a really long layer and then put the length in afterwards. So, we can see how short. Maybe I'll keep it longer, I don't know. Let's see.
And you can get inspired as you're going along. You can be like, oh, this looks cool. Like, let's do this.
Just tilt your head over a little. Yeah, thanks. But also like notice how like I'm kind of like spreading my legs and like bending like this instead of like hunching. It's like these tiny little things it's really important for you to be up straight and not like hunched, So, if something feels weird, like just try to use your body and be aware of how your body is. And if it's uncomfortable, change it somehow or change them. Super important, I think. Styling hair too.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I am kind of like, Eric I think is the one who asked about tension. So I'm kind of combing the hair and then like kind of bouncing it a little so that to see where it falls, instead of like just pulling it straight down like that, then I'm not able, it's easier if I'm able to see, okay, this is how this hair is going to fall. And then I just kind of very loosely, because I'm not layering it like internally or taking any weight out, I don't mind having kind of a little bit of a softer line. So that means like keeping like kind of like loose tension, I guess. Okay, but then bringing everything forward. Just turn you a little bit more. Okay, and tilt your head over a little bit. Yeah, like that. Yeah, great. And I'm like resting my hand on her shoulder to give me like a little bit of stability. And it's kind of acting as my guide because she said she wants it like shoulder length. So that's kind of like a good way of giving you your guidance. Okay.
So good. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a couple important points before I get into to start cutting. So what I'm looking for is where I'm going in my length. And so I'm going to use the mastoid bone as like my guide. So that's my length that I'm working to from here. And then for bangs, I'm just going to push everything forward and cut it really strong and really wide. And then the angle is going to go from that bang down kind of quickly so that I achieve my length. So it's not too much of a, going back kind of thing. And then from there, I'm going to start sort of like the same way Ramona did her layers. I'm going to start in the crown and I'm just going to work towards the front. And then I'm going to do the same in the back, creating a nice head shape. Cool? So that's where I'm going to start, and I'm going to start right in the bang. Small stroke, no weight removal.
Okay, so I'm done with this side. I kind of pulled everything forward. I'm going to leave the length in the back for now. I'm not going to take the length up. I'm going to do that when I'm done with this side. And then I'll be able to kind of decide how short I want to take it once I see this side done. I'm going to do the same on the other side. How much time do people spend on haircuts mostly? Like, what do you guys book yourselves at? An hour. It's with styling and everything, shampoo, yeah.
So I cut one part of the bang already, 1/2, and I just cut it all the way wide, all the way to past the cheekbone.
Cute.
And then just kind of holding it low and a small stroke.
Oops, sorry. Okay, so same sections on this side. Kind of just taking it right behind the ear, like angled, just kind of following like her head shape basically. These kind of sections. Okay, and then looking to see where this side came to. It's like right around here. Okay. I'm going to come from this tiny little section. I'm going to actually, just to make it a little bit stronger, I'm going to come from this side, just to, so that there's like a real kind of strength there. I do that a lot when I'm doing long layers. You kind of brush it, see where it kind of naturally wants to separate. There's a few like natural separations, just like that, you know, follow the hairline, I guess. So by combing it, like if I have long layers, sometimes I'll come from like here, for example, and that really defines the layers. I do that quite often, actually.
So I'm just going to explain. I'm going to go into the side and can go from the bang to my length. Cool? Tilt just a bit. And I'm traveling quickly, so I'm not going horizontal, but more vertically. And then I'm combing all the way to the mastoid, and that's going to be my guide. So it's this one here. And so I'm cutting from there to there.
Checking to make sure that this one's still a little bit shorter on the other side. Just tilt your head a little bit. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Other side. I'm going to turn her this way.
All right. So, just curious, like tomorrow, does everybody want to, are we all going to just do razor cutting or are we, yeah? Okay. All right.
So, any scissors in the mix?
I don't know. I'm just wondering, curious what that's like. That's what.
How many people
The
are going to
vibe
practice the
is-
rolling the hair off?
I want to do it. Okay, so in order to keep my bangs heavy, I can't go too close to, I can't go too far into them, right? So I have to sort of measure, like, how much heaviness do I want there? And if that's good enough, then you take that, and that's your, you know, you don't want to cut into that. Cool? So I'm going to cut to him. Cool? Up here, just like this. Big strokes, soft, until I get to that one guy. So see how it's got the heavy and then the right? It's like kind of fun to have that little juxtaposition.
I just pulled those forward to make sure it was even on both sides. Okay.
So there's my top. And then the back. I'm just gonna go center first, nice big beach ball section. And here I'm gonna hold it more straight out. And I'm gonna, you can find your little guy, your guide right there. And I'm just doing big strokes. All the way down to the nape. Making sure not to leave too much of a corner. There's my length. So work to that. I am loosely working to my guide. There's a little bit of a corner there, you see it? I don't know if I like it or not yet, so I'm gonna leave it there for a minute. Just 1 minute.
Hi, are you using less tension while you're holding your sections out because of the wave in her hair, or are you just sort of watching it fall out the curls a little bit more?
I am using strong tension. So I have a guide, and yeah, so you do need to have tension when you're cutting with the razor. Oh, sorry about that. What is that? Is that your?
I think it was my phone.
Yes, question?
When I was talking about that wiggle that you do to let the hair fall out. Right?
All right, let me
It
see.
kind
Let
of
me.
looked like you were maybe holding, and then
Yes.
it
That
looked
thing?
like there was a little less tension in the pulling out of the section, but maybe I'm seeing wrong.
Let me just do it. Let me think about what. Yeah. Okay, so I'm letting my guide fall out, and then I'm going past it. So that corner's gone, so bye-bye corner. It's okay. All right, so just kind of, it's just loose. I'm not trying to create too much of a square, but just kind of loose so I get some of these layers back here and a little good head shape. And I like how that looks. And then whatever, now I'm just kind of eyeballing it. I don't really know yet because it's still wet, so I'm not trying to do too much because all of this is going to shrink a lot. All right, so we got the top, we got the back. We still have these two sides. So my tension is tight. It's just, maybe doesn't look like it's tight, but it is tight. I have to hold the hair taut so that I can cut it. So I'm gonna work to this length, cool? So I'll just grab that whole section that I haven't cut yet. I could even bring a little bit from here in just in case. And then I'm just gonna use one of these references. That one's good. And I'm gonna work to there. Yeah?
All right, so I finished both sides. I kind of just went back and rechecked them to make sure that there was no little bits hanging too long. Sometimes when you pull things forward and then they fall straight down, it's not like a super straight line here, it's a little bit softer, which is fine, kind of naturally. But then it's like the hair just kind of naturally just falls, I don't know, softer, I guess, instead of, but you can still see that there's a pretty strong line there. All right, so I haven't taken off any length in the back yet. And it's just kind of up to me, to how short I want to take it, to be honest. I kind of like it, but I think I'll straighten it a little bit more so that it is just maybe a stronger haircut, I guess. Yeah, just to bring it. I kind of like this extreme bowl that's happening,
So just the top of shoulder, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just to there.
So I wanted to point out that on this side, I cut her from behind. And then on this side, I'll cut her from in front and I'll have her look to me so that I can, again, do that, right? I don't have to do this. So there's the length that I'm working to. My guide. And so just in a few sections, it's kind of already done, right? This is the haircut that I always want, so I give it to all my clients.
You do. I think it's your forever reference.
This is my forever reference.
It is. Kind of
I moved to San Francisco in 2009. Same.
It's a good one. All right, so in the back, this is my classic length sectioning. Again, not minuscule sections. I think it's just the occipital bones right here. So she doesn't have super thick hair. There's no reason to take tiny little sections. It's not like a bob where the hairline needs to be perfect, So I'm just gonna go ahead and cut my line in there. Okay. Oh.
Sometimes I'll elevate this and kind of cut this off so that it blends in a little more, but I feel like this a little more clunky, looks more masculine, and I love changing it from a feminine to a masculine shape.
Okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead and do that thing. Yeah, so you can really get straight lines with razors.
Oh yeah. Who else did, I feel like Dante did that and Kate does that too. Like something similar to that around the ear.
Yeah,
For
it's
Jude's
just,
cuts.
huh?
For Jude's cuts, like when you want to get in tight around the ear, but it's really hard to, cut it short. So they just place it on their finger and round and roll out.
Yep.
This is leave-in conditioner. It's called Curl Revive, and it's my favorite product for curls.
Oh, for Isles formula?
Yeah.
It's also Steve's favorite product.
Who?
Steve, the sound guy,
Oh, Steve. Steve.
representing over there. What's up? He's like, can I get a shout out?
I'm shocked at Steve's hair. I didn't know he had an afro.
Oh, I know, because you met him when his hair
No.
was short.
Yeah. It's great. Okay.
Squirrel. Look at these squirrels. So, just put SK in front of everything for the rest of the day. So now it's just about like looking at what else is needed. I need a little bit of lift right there, so I'm just gonna go in and add a little lightness. I feel like this cut is like, it just is forever, you know? It's never not good. It's never not gonna be cool to have this haircut, I don't think. That's my opinion. I'm also 48, so.
I think it's great. It's a good one.
Wait, I'm still 47. I forget. I said, like, I'm not there yet. Okay, so just see how I just kind of went in there and gave it like a little gentle, like, you know, you could even go underneath. You can go from underneath, you know, and add a little push up, which I think I'm gonna do. This is her, like, you know, Mick Jagger haircut.
Very.
So right from here, just go up and do another guy, maybe another guy. Right. And look, just kind of. Oh. Little crown lift. And then I'll just start to let it dry. Maybe I'll put a little mousse in there. Yeah.
So as I'm getting higher up the head, there's less hair to pull down because it's been cut already. So it's almost just nothing now at this point. So I'm just taking those little ends off if there are any. Bringing everything back. And tilt your head up. Yep, thanks. Checking the length. It's like this side's a little bit longer. And tilt your head over a little. Yeah. And then just kind of making sure that it's connected to the previous section on the side. Okay. Do the same on this side. Let's see. Just kind of bringing everything over. Me? Like, you want me to stand here?
Go like this.
Like that? Yeah. Okay. Get that corner off. And double check behind the ear. Make sure there's not like a long. Yeah.
Maybe you could turn off my mic if it's loud.
We'll do the same thing on this side. Oops, sorry. Cool. Okay, I think I'm done. I'm gonna have a double, like, look at these. I mean, I kind of like the fringe like that. Guess we could take it shorter. I don't know. You want to take it shorter? Sure. Okay. Okay.
And with these kinds of shags, you just can switch up, like make it more round, make it more drastic, make it heavier where everything's just down here. You know, all of the layers where it's just like, you know, switch it up for suitability. Maybe you over-direct everything forward. I held it down for a clunkier, kind of heavier bottom. So, you know, just really think about why and what and how and all of those things while you're doing it. Just like so many fun ways to layer and do this similar shape. Also, my choices were because Ariel's hair is fine. It's not super dense. So it's, you know, leaving heavier lines is actually more suitable for. Sometimes I'll put, I would put Ari under the hood for about 5 minutes just to like get some of that water out, take her back to the chair and diffuse underneath if it's still very wet.
Great. All right, so I think I'm done. I'm gonna blow dry it with my hands first. Could be like lots of different ways of drying this. I think drying natural is gonna look super cute on her. Her natural wave's gonna come out. You know, it's heavy at the bottom. I didn't put in any layers except around the perimeter, so there's nothing like interior at all. I didn't take out any weight either. But I think because I pulled it forward and then when it falls, there will be like a natural kind of graduation, and that will kind of just allow whatever kind of, like there was a little bit of a natural wave, but not much. We could encourage it, but I like how it just naturally kind of like bevels under. Anyway, what I'm gonna do when I'm done blow dry, I'm just gonna blow dry it with my hands.
Can we get one more dryer?
And then I think I might finish it just with a flat iron though. There's many different, we could straight iron it like super flat. We could iron it with a bend. You know, just to like kind of, since she's here, you know, obviously I think like at home she could just let it go naturally. But since we're here, we're in the salon, let's do something that's like maybe different than she would do normally. So I'm gonna do it with that. I'm still gonna blow dry it just like rough with my hands. You could go with a mason, like do like a nice like kind of classic Vidal Sassoon blow dry. But just like for time's sake and maybe trying something different, I'm gonna do it all with my hands and then finish just with the iron. Okay, so no brush. All right? Because she already has straight hair, so it's not like I need to go in and straighten it. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna do that with iron.
Is this yours? Does that come off? Oh, I just don't want to, you know, and it's like, it doesn't come off. So for cold air, am I on cold? Is it the 0 or the 2 lines? Oh, push this, right? All right. So medium pressure, cold air, and I'm just going to kind of cool off these curls a little bit. Serum, yeah. I'm going to use a tiny bit of serum. And I'm just sort of putting the serum over the curls. So look at me. Checking my balance. Let's see. Chin up. Cute. I'm just going to cut a couple pieces here and there. Let me see.
Okay, so this is kind of, I think, what her hair would look like natural, like if she just let it dry naturally. I mean, it's a little bit fluffy just because of the dryer, but I think, you know, if just judging by how she came when she, you know, how she was when she came in, it's like kind of straight with a little bit of wave. So I think this is like how she, you know, will probably look most days, I guess. But then I'm gonna iron it so that we can really like maybe define it more and just see how it looks. All right, and then, oh, I guess I do need a little clip for that.
What do you need?
I'm just gonna grab this clip. So, I'm gonna iron it the same way that I cut it, same sections, okay? And I'm just gonna use my comb. She already has, her hair, I don't think was super clean, so there's like a little bit of a natural kind of texture, plus I put some leave-in conditioner, so I don't feel like I need to put more products in right now. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna start by giving it a nice iron and like bumping the ends under, okay? I'm not gonna do like super, super straight. And her hair's pretty much dry. It's not like 100%, there's still some moisture in there, so you can see all the steam here, which is good. So I'm kind of drying it as well with the flat iron. And then when I get to the ends, yeah, I kind of want to bump it under. So the iron is kind of just like an alternative to drying. really. And again, because our hair is already straight, it's not like I needed to like spend so much time drying it. But ironing, super important that there is steam. That means that there's either product or moisture in the hair protecting the hair from the heat. I do think it's, really important to watch for steam anytime you're ironing. That means that it's working. If there's no steam, that means either there's not enough moisture in the hair and the hair is probably maybe burning, or your iron is not hot enough. So I always tell my assistants, super important to look for the steam. That means that it's actually working, whether it's a flat iron or a curling iron or whatever. And sometimes, depending on the iron, you might need to spend a little bit more time on that section. If there's no steam happening, go slower. Make sure you see the steam. It goes for blow drying too. If you're blow drying and there's no steam, nothing's happening. And that's like a big thing I find. I find a lot of people kind of go too fast and just like this. That's just, again, kind of defeating the point. You just go slow, put your comb in, make sure the hair's straight, watch for the steam. That means something's happening, it's working. And then while it's still warm, kind of brush it into the shape that you want. Okay? Normally if her hair was like super dry already, like if I had already properly blow dried it 100%, I would literally just go over it once. But because I'm kind of drying it at the same time, I'm going over it more than once, but still slow, still controlled, still like zero elevation at the bottom, Nothing worse than like going like that and just drop to me. It's like, little things like that. It's just, it means that you're just like really controlling the hair. You want it flat, make it flat, And then when you're done, comb it through. Because those ends, like especially on shoots, you're gonna notice them if they're not smooth. Okay. Do the same thing on the other side.
I'm just letting Ari's hair just kind of finish drying. Also cool, like letting it cool, and then we can shake it out. It's giving me like weird science vibes. Right? Like Kelly LeBrock, was that her name?
Wow, her hair looks amazing.
Yeah, it's like super
so big.
80s.
Love it.
Freddie Mercury. Right? Yes, love it. Looks so good.
And using an iron, you can also, like if I wanted to like feather it or dry it, go back, I could, go like this. I find a lot of times like clients or even friends I have, it's easier for them to use a flat iron than a curling iron on themselves, So I think maybe, so just for your information to know that you can do all these different shapes or create even flat waves. You can go in and push the hair, make flat S waves with the iron. If you have a model tomorrow that you want to finish more like this, so maybe just keep that in mind to play around with tomorrow.
All the models that we booked are totally open, so they don't have any
exciting.
restrictions.
Cool.
So don't let them try to tell you.
Just the trim.
Yeah.
Oh my
like,
gosh.
I want it just exactly the same, except. Or it's like when people say, I don't want any bangs, and I don't want to lose any length, and I don't really want any layer.
So you said when you work with your assistants, do you work with like the same assistants? Do you have like certain people? Because I know you do like a lot of editorial stuff. Do you have like a...
Yeah, I do. I have like 3 regulars that are with me, like kind of like, I always have my first, and then sometimes I'll need 2 or 3. Since COVID, I have to say, everybody wants like video content now. So I feel like now on shoots, it's never just like a photo shoot. There's also like a video situation happening. So it's almost like I need to, like they're doing 2 shoots in one day basically. So I need to have like 2 assistants because I have to send one to like the other room to do the video and then keep one with me. And then sometimes if there's more models, then yeah, I need to have like a 3rd assistant as well.
But your first assistant works with you mostly?
Pretty much she's with me all the time. Yeah, for the most part, as long as there's, pretty much, unless there's like one model and I really don't need one, but whatever. Some clients just want me to have one, whether I need them or not, which, that's fine. I don't mind. I have this guy that's been with me he's been with me like a year now, maybe more. He's really a colorist, to be honest. Like that's not, it's funny. I mean, even he knows. I'm like, you're not my best assistant, but I just like your energy. I'm like, you're not the best hairdresser, actually. But you know what? That makes for a great assistant. My last assistant, he was amazing, but he was, he left me really fast because he kind of took it all and left, which is great. That's fine. That's what you're supposed to do. But no, so the guy that's with me now, he's like obsessed with color. He loves doing color. So for him to be on shoots with me, it's not like I feel like he's gonna stay a while because he's like, it's not like he's his like number one passion, I guess, So, and he's just got a great personality and great energy and people love him and I can like trust him with the client, with the model. Like I know he's not gonna be weird or awkward or anything. And so, I call him my emotional support assistant, actually. I'm like, you're just here to make me happy. And then do some hair sometimes. And that's, at the end of the day, that's kind of like what I need at this point in my life. Like I'm fine with it. He seems fine with it. I hope he's going to be with me like forever, It's funny because I was thinking like.
Forever assistant?
But yeah, I think he's my forever assistant.
We might have some forever assistants.
No, but honestly, I think there's nothing, like a lot of like,
No.
Like I remember when I was working with Orbe, when I started with them. Judy! Yeah. Judy was a forever. I was just like, I think Roman's my Judy. Yes.
Well, I remember at Bumble, sometimes people would be in the assistant program for 5 years.
Yeah,
right? It would take
I guess,
them
yeah,
forever to get through the cutting program.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Which
assisting
is fine.
for editorial is different than
It's
assisting
different
in a
because-
salon.
Switched your program, we have a friend that started off as a color assistant and then was finished and then decided styling and cutting was her passion.
So do you kind of like
switched,
teach
yeah.
them on the job?
People do that all the time.
Sorry?
Do you kind of like teach them on the job, like how to be
I do.
what you like?
I do. Yeah. I mean, my assistants know what I like and what I don't like. I mean, otherwise there's no point. To me, it's like, and I know that they appreciate it. They tell me. They're like, I like assisting you because you are teaching me, and I'm, because some stylists are just like, whatever, they just like kind of boss them around and don't really teach them much and just, but I, obviously they're going to be a better assistant if I train them and they're going to give me priority as well. Like, because obviously there's a lot of hairdressers in Paris. And so we're all kind of, I always, I know that they like me because I'm, first of all, I teach, like a lot of people don't know how to teach. You could be a good hairdresser, but to have to explain something to someone and actually make them understand it is different, I remember seeing other hairdressers teach and just being like, just bloop, and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe these people are paying for this,
Yeah.
What was that? But, whatever, they have a good book or whatever, I mean, there's a difference. It's not the same thing. You have to be able to explain things step by step. To me, that's what a teacher is. So anyway, because I do this stuff and I've been teaching like pretty much my whole career, I'm able to train my assistants and so that they, learn.
You even do that backstage.
I do,
When
because
on a
I do.
show when there's no time for you to be teaching, and yet you're paying these people to be there to help assist you, and you're so good about like, this is what I'm looking for, and you're so direct with them about, can you see the difference in what I'm doing, and you really do, as you're doing the look finished, you're actually teaching at the same time, and I think you're the only one I've ever seen that really spends that time teaching during a show.
Well, usually at a show there's like 2 hours and there's nothing to do, and then like all the models come at one time and it's crazy and everybody's like screaming at each other, And then like everything I tell you to do just goes out the window, like myself included. I'm just like, just do it faster, you know? But, you know, when I have the time, for sure, because it just makes my team better. And
You do it more than I think you realize you do. Like, 'cause you're coming back.
I think it's probably natural for me.
You just naturally do it.
It's just,
and
yeah.
It's really amazing.
But I like people to do things my way too.
You do.
Like I do. So that's the thing. And especially, you know, on shows, obviously I have to have like 20 assistants sometimes. So these people have been assisting other people, so they have their techniques. They do things differently. And, you know, I have a reason for everything I do. I don't just do things because it feels good or whatever. You know, it's like I do it a certain way, and I want people to do it because I think it's better. You know, I actually think it gets better results. You know, and sometimes assistants will try to tell me like, oh, but they do it this way. I'm like, well, I don't, and I don't, you know, like, this is why I'm doing it this way.
No, you're really good about that.
Thanks. Yeah. No, but yeah, I'm excited that I think I found my forever assistant. I think he knows that too. Anyway, so.
When you start calling him Judy, he'll know.
Judy. He won't even know who Judy is, but yeah, and you know, like Guido has Sandy. You know, it's. I think I think it makes a difference for the hair for me. You know, for me to have, like I said, he's like my emotional support. Like for me to just know that I have that person there that I feel so comfortable with. You know, because I've had so many assistants in the past, and they're all kind of different, and you know, they all have their strengths and their weaknesses. Like some are much better technically. You know, I have another, like my second assistant. He's so like he's very good, like technically. I mean, he's like sometimes he'll do it better than me. And I'm like, great, thank you, keep going, you know. But like, I don't have anything to say to him, you know. I'm like, I don't want to sit next to you at lunch because I don't know what to talk about, you know. But like, this other guy, he's just there, you know. It's just like makes me feel secure or whatever, you know.
Yeah, you
and it's the first time I've ever really had that, in my career, and it's different though. It's a different kind of feeling, you know. And a different thing that I'm looking for, I guess, in my career now.
And that just goes to show, like, you know, when you work backstage or you're working on a shoot or you want to, you know, do this kind of work, a lot of it is being invited back is a lot of, you know, the vibe that you brought.
Yep.
Not necessarily the talent you brought.
Absolutely. It's more important, actually. Because you can learn things if you're open. But if you're not open, it's just not pleasant, you know? So, yeah, it's actually more important to have a good attitude. Okay, so let's see how this is looking from the front. I'm gonna do the fringe as well.
So this is part of like that effortless look, right? That is effortless. So I'm all effortless, right? And
Listen,
that sometimes
I just like added an extra layer on that effortlessness, you know?
Yeah, but that's the thing is like sometimes you'll see something that looks like it's just that's what it is, but there was work put in to make it look that way.
But yeah, you know, I mean, just like this, like finishing it, like it was way faster that I didn't blow dry it with a brush first, which I think most people would automatically do, you know, and I probably would have too in the past, you know. It's like, let me get my mason, brush it, and then I'm going to polish it with iron. It's like, I actually could just skip that whole step because she's got straight hair, you know. I don't need to straighten it with a brush.
It looks so
like the iron will do it.
And is there anything in there?
No, I mean, I think her hair wasn't super, like it was like 2 days old, no, when you came in? Or was it shampoo? Oh, okay. Well, it felt like maybe it was just a leave-in conditioner. It just feels like there's maybe a little bit something in there. Nothing super sticky, but just, maybe it was the prep and the leave-in conditioner I put in, so. Well, it's pretty. That's all I put in because I don't think she needs, you know, she doesn't need anything for thickness. And then there's like, that's that. But I think, her being dried naturally is probably going to look like super,
Yeah, it'll
To
just
me,
have
that would
like
be like-
kicks and little,
Yeah. to me, that would be my,
little natural movement.
okay. And then the fringe, huh? Let me make sure this is straight in the front. Yeah. Just gonna double check this length here, but yeah, looks fine. Okay, I do have some scissors up here. I'm gonna there's like little tips here. And because I don't like to use the razor on dry hair, I'm gonna use scissors to do like little tiny bits now.
Where'd you get those?
Yeah.
Oh,
Stevie.
God.
Stevie's
Lefties in the
Stevie's a
house. We have 3
lefty.
lefties in the house right now. Anyone else? That came?
Phew.
Oh, we have actually, they're about to beat us up. Is outnumbering us. The Isadora. I said that. Sassoon cut.
Is that what it is? Ooh.
I remember all the names. It's weird. Oh, what was the other one? The Urban Angel. I loved that one. Do you remember that one, Debbie? The blonde one in the video? That was a lot of my training, was watching videos at the very beginning.
For Vidal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's good. I think I'm just gonna leave her like that. I mean,
It's so pretty.
we could, yeah, I like the fringe how it is. So again, this is like a very classic haircut, but just done with a razor. I don't know if it's any different than a scissor cut. I don't know. What do you think?
Which is pretty badass. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, I do think, because I do have some clients sometimes, and I'll bust out my razor and they're like, oh no, please don't, and I'm like, I get it. Like people, have had bad experiences with a razor. I think a lot of times people go wild, or they haven't had the proper training, and there is technique to it. And sometimes if you overdo it, you're left with like nothing at the bottom. So I think it's really important to be able to adjust, depending on the haircut and the type of hair that you're doing, and not just like shred.
Yeah.
So.
Or too much weight removal sometimes, just for the sake of weight removal, because it's fun. Like, look, I know what I'm doing.
Yo.
But, so you just have to really think about, like, why? Why am I doing that? What's the point?
Yeah. Yeah.
And, good. Oh, let's take this off.
Cool.
So these are the finished looks. We're going to be photographing this as
you.
well. And
Have a look.
the pictures that we took earlier came out really good. I'm really excited about those. And during tomorrow, when Brendan's taking pictures of your models, you guys can go in there and watch and see what it's coming out like. See if you like it. Move the hair a little bit. Try different things until your eyes really, like it. Because you'll be like, oh, or oh, right? So, cool. Any questions? Any aha moments of, oh, that's a great tool. I'm going to use that. Something new. Anyone? Microphone? No?
No.
Comments, questions?
This haircut is actually, I kind of had this, to me, my hair is actually like this, because I had a bob, and then I was like, oh, this is boring, so then I just cut layers around my face. So this is just I just have a different texture and it's just grown out, you know? But
Yeah.
it's just, you know, depending on how you finish it, how you style it, it's literally the same haircut. I have no layers in the back. It's just around my face. you know?
Yeah, and
So-
that's like, I feel like my daughter, she cut her own hair kind of
I
like,
remember that.
Remember? And she
Yes,
cut it
and I
all the way
really
back
like
here,
that.
and it looked
Yes.
so cool because it was like, and then
Yes.
now it's like been, I don't know, like a year, and it looks
Grows
just
out
like
really
long.
well.
Yeah, it just looks really
Yeah.
pretty.
Yeah.
So I feel like, you know, it's a good one of those things that you can
It's
be
a
like,
good
I'll see you
grow
next
out.
year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really good job.
she did. It was really cute and inspiring. I was like, oh,
I liked
hey,
that. I
It's
remember.
my daughter. She's 3. All right, so that's it, guys. Oh yeah, you want to stand up?
Oh yeah, do that.
Thanks for tuning in.
Cute. I like the curly and the straight next to each other.
Right, I know, I love.
Yeah,
And then
that's
turn to
super
your
cool.
left all the way, profile, and then turn around, face the wall behind you. Scoot that way a little bit, and then turn the other profile, and then turn back to the
Cute.
camera. All right, thank you guys. You look beautiful. All right. So
Thanks.
now we're all going to sing happy birthday to Ramona.
Oh no, I forgot it was my birthday. I totally
Happy
forgot.
birthday to you.
Oh goodness.
Happy birthday
Guys.
to you. Happy birthday, dear Ramona. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, I hope you enjoyed and you got some really good bits of knowledge for joining us, and we will see you next time. Thank you so
Well,
much.
tomorrow, no? Or oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
right. It's
All right, are we good? Goodbye. Okay.